Check 1 2. Check check check. Oh, let's turn off this. Check 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 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 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 1 2. Check 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 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 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 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Check 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 1 2. Testing 1 2. Check 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 check. Testing 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check. Testing 1 2. Check 1 2. Test 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 1 2. Check check. Testing 1 2 1 2. Check 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 check. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 1 2. Come on. 1 2. Check check check. Testing 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Check check. Testing 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 testing. Check 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 check. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 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 check. Testing 1 2 1 2. Check check check. Testing testing testing. Check check. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check check check. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Oh.
Breakfast at the motel consisted of Danish, weak coffee. Yeah, pretty much. We'll have eggs and bacon, sausage, and so on if you're interested. I came early to change some stuff. You go down these stairs with the horrible handrail, and then head south. Just before you get to the
Testing.
music
Check.
building, their board is actually meeting in the Red Raider Lounge, and adjacent to that is a room.
I went to McDonald's. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. I went to McDonald's. Check 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 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Check 1 2 2 2 2. Oh, mute. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Is that coming out over there, Tommy? Check check check.
I hear the big one before I hear this one.
How okay. How about now? Check check check. Okay. I just cranked everything up just a little. Check, check. Okay. Yep. Can you see the audio signal right now, Reggie?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna talk. Make sure you're pretty close still. Check 1 2, testing 1 2, check check check. And it'll probably be just a little louder than that. So
Okay. Good.
does that look like it's pretty close?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a little bit below -20 right now.
Let me put that up.
They're all downstairs right now, and they're meeting in separate.
It'd probably be more like this. Check 1 2, testing 1 2, check 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 1 2 1 2. Is that any hotter?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. So that's probably where I'll have. If you need more, just tell me because I can just
Okay.
pop it over to you.
Yeah, you might do a little. Well, I guess they may talk a little louder.
They probably won't.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit more would be nice.
Okay. Let me see how loud it is for me real quick. Just to see. Some of them will be plenty loud, but this is one of the quieter spots. Check, check,
Yeah.
check.
Yeah.
Does that look better?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
spot. No, Melina, you're number 7.
Whose list you talking?
Yeah, exactly.
Which list? You will be the very first thing after Mickey calls the place of order.
Okay, so I can set my stuff here. Looks like we have a new gadget.
Well, it's the same, but it's different. I think these buttons you might be happier. Sometimes those other buttons would get mashed under the bezel.
Yeah.
Anyway, same process.
Forward, back. Oh, sorry.
Six hours.
Yeah, if you don't mind. It's the gyro part that, because this one I've got to point at a few things.
No, it's just like the other one. It's still gyro.
Yeah, so I still,
Uh-huh.
okay.
There's your deal right there. That turns the pointers.
And then I click this thing, the trigger, still do the trigger. And
Hit it again to toggle the toggles.
okay, so
Now
it's
this one will turn it off, but it won't advance the slide. Then
Got
you
it.
have to hit that one again.
it's a double. So if I turn that on and I accidentally hit that, I got to hit that again to go. Perfect. Okay.
So it's best to just turn it on, turn it off.
Get to one map and just kind of practice record. It's so weird to.
Yeah, just do the wrist thing more than anything.
Okay.
And you can even, I think point it the other way.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's right. Let me try that again. Yeah, just takes it. I like that much better.
Well, like I say, all of it's the same principle. It's just, I thought maybe this button would be a little better for hours. I wish they hadn't changed the software. I liked what we had before
Sorry.
with the big yellow
Oh yeah, the big.
highlighter, but that's not an option. I'm gonna turn it back off.
Yes, sir. That sounds good. Thank you.
Ours will be this Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, and then Renee's the following Sunday, and then Friday. Yeah. To my brothers and sisters. So, yeah, we played well. But we played well in the last half against Air Force.
I'm sure they didn't think it was really that wrong.
I know, that's right. As everyone's getting seated, I'm sure most of you are aware Rick Francis is not with us today. Rick and Ginger suffered a tragedy in their family. Their son was killed the Monday before Thanksgiving. If you will please keep the Francis family in your prayers as we go through the holidays. I've talked to Rick's assistant pretty much every day. She has asked, or Rick has asked or asked me to tell everyone that he appreciates all the cards, all the notes. He knows that he's loved by his tech family, and he and Ginger really appreciate that. So as we go through our normal day, please keep the Francis family in your prayers because we love them. And We look forward to seeing Rick again soon. Okay, facilities is up. Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee is called to order, and I entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on October 10th.
So moved.
Thank you. If you go through the minutes, if there's any changes that you note, please let me or let Christina know. Michael, let's start, and I believe that you have a couple of things to start out with, and then we'll go to Dr. May.
Before we get started, I did want to point out on just the Regents desk, there's a book that looks like this, which is a collection of the public art for the entire system. The last time I talked about this program, this reflects about a $9 million of investment over the years since the public art inception. And this is all campuses, not just the Lubbock campuses. I did want to talk just for a second about that. There's a book on your table for you to take back with you if you want more copies for gifts or just for communicating out to partners. This is a great way to do that and brag and celebrate our public art investment and program. Emily Wilkinson's here today. She is our new public art manager. Emily, could you stand for a moment? She really helped spearhead this initiative through, first of all, applying for the CH Foundation grant that funded this, about $18,000 for design, planning, and production. And we have those being printed for distribution as well. The presidents and chancellors and everybody else has copies, knows where to find those. But if you would like those, just please email or text or email or call Emily or myself, and we'll get those to you. Emily, fascinating project. There are fold-out maps inside of there for locators on every campus, so you can find where they are, as well as photography and didactic or information about each piece of art and some of the history of that. So thank you for supporting public art. It is one of our big celebrations as we not only design buildings but also plan the spaces in between our buildings on the campuses that we have. So I wanted to let you have one copy. If you like more, let us know. Emily, thank you for all your hard work, and thank you to the CH Foundation for supporting such a great publication.
Yes, Emily, thank you very much, because I think what we want to do is have this first in print, and then hopefully we will segue into looking at an app, which would be really cool to be able to download and have that and do your tour from your iPhone. So that's the next stage, we hope. So thank you very much for being here. Michael,
Thank
you'd like
you.
to continue?
Okay, item 1 is under Dr. Brian May.
Thank you, Michael. Madam Chair, today I want to talk about naming the pavilion in our MIR Center for Dr. Leon Holland. Long time ago, back in the late 60s, early 70s, Dr. Holland, along with then President Lloyd Vincent, approached the Army Corps of Engineers about us having 6,000 acres right outside of town for a research area in order to teach animal science, and now that's evolved to one of the top research ranches and research entities in the nation. Because of that, and being a non-land grant university, we are already ranked in the top 15 animal science departments in the country. The reason that we have that is because of the MIR Center. This was spearheaded by Dr. Holland, and when he first came there, even though he was a department head, he drove the bulldozers, he got the Army surplus equipment to have pickups out there, really did it all by himself for about 3 or 4 years. And because of his long tenure and his invaluable service and the continuing legacy of having that 6,000-acre ranch as well as a research facility out there, we would like to name the pavilion located inside the Management Instruction and Research Center after Dr. Leon Holland. Be glad to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Dr. May. Is there a motion to approve the item?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? If none, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's go to the next item.
Okay, item 2 is to approve conferral of honorific naming presented by Dr. Dwayne Nellis.
Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair of the Facilities Committee. It's a pleasure to recommend the naming of the Texas Tech Athletic Complex to the Edward E. Whitaker Jr. Athletic Complex. You can see the designated area that includes a future indoor track facility, future indoor football practice facility, the existing football training operations building, and the current football practice field, again in recognition of Edward E. Whitaker Jr. Mr. Whitaker, as you know, is a former chairman and CEO of General Motors and AT&T, a longtime supporter of his alma mater. He's done so much for the institution. He and his wife have established and contributed several endowed scholarships and professorships in the Whitaker College of Engineering and to other colleges across the university. He's one of the university's most distinguished alum. He was appointed to the Texas Tech University System Board of Regents in 1993. He served as chairman of the board from 95 to 98. He was named a distinguished engineer by the Whitaker College of Engineering in 1985 and received the Outstanding Executive Award from the Rawls College of Business in 1996. He was national chairman of both of the last two major campaigns of the university, the Horizon campaign, as well as national chairman of the system's most recent fundraising effort, Vision and Tradition, that raised, as you know, over $1 billion for the Texas Tech University system. He's been a major contributor and continues to make major commitments, including a significant gift to the new athletic facility improvements that are on the horizon for Texas Tech University. And it's my pleasure to recommend this honorific naming. This does not preclude the naming of any of the current or future facilities that will be located within this complex. So I make that recommendation to you.
Any questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. If there's no other discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just
Yes.
want to echo, before we move on past this item, what a outstanding Texas Tech alum.
Absolutely.
And I just want to, on behalf of the entire Board of Regents, we are very grateful to Mr. Whitaker and Linda.
Absolutely.
They've represented over the years to this institution.
Good point. Thank you very much for putting that on the record. Thank you. Michael?
Okay,
Next
item 3, under Texas Tech University's banner, approve a project to finish out Jones AT&T Stadium East Building, southeast first floor. Let me kind of orient you a little bit and show you where that is. This is the space of the very first floor, so when you go up the elevator to the Tech Club, to the right, there's some papered off glass doors. That's the internal entry into this space, which is now just shell, dirt and raw construction. There's no finished space in there today. Part of Mr. Hokut's strategic plan for continuing planned growth for this facility starts here with the ticket office and fan engagement area, and it encompasses, if I can work the gyro.
This is on the third floor. It's the first floor.
Yeah, I'm moving down.
There we go.
I was like,
There we go.
You said dirt and nothing in
Dirt on the third, yeah. So it's the entire first floor where these this blank glass area is. We are not doing anything up here. So this would be the front entry into that space, ticket office and fan engagement. This would relocate the current ticket operation in the north end zone to this location. And I'll go into a little more detail. So it's about 7,000 square foot of shelled space right now. It'll house athletic ticket office, the fan engagement center, including a ticket lobby and ticket sales transaction counters. So it'll be high use by all Red Raiders for ticket transactions. It will include staff offices, meeting rooms, copy workroom storage, the vault space, obviously, as well as restrooms and support space for the public and the staff. The budget is $1.65 million with about $1 million construction spend broken out as shown. Please note we are requesting to waive board-directed fees for landscape enhancement and public art. Thus, the BOR-directed fees star there designated. We plan on starting construction in January. The actual design drawings are being worked on now with Mr. Hokut's team. The substantial completion date or near completion date is in July, ready to open for the August football season or the 2015 football season. So what we're asking today is to recommend the authorization to proceed with this project as listed and as I just described. The project will be funded through the RFS system and repaid with a gift of $1.2 million and athletic revenues $450,000. Excuse me, went too fast. I did want to say this item 3 and item 4 will be combined as one contract, and I'll describe that in a moment, the other one in a moment, but they'll be combined. That's why this number looks a little low, below the $2 million budget, but it really combines with the item 4, which puts us at about $5.5 million, so we can gain some economies of scale on design and construction. I think we'll save about $45,000 to $60,000 making those one project instead of two because they are tied together. So the recommendation is on the floor for item 3, and we can answer any questions, and Mr. Hokut's here as well.
Kirby, all your staff will be here, will be moved.
Mickey, it will be our ticket operations, ticket sales, fan engagement, and promotion staff. So it'll be our external units that work together day to day and will provide greater teamwork and synergy amongst those units. So they will be officed on the east side, Mr. Chairman.
But you might explain the longer-term plan of the south side, which I think Mickey's referring to.
Yes, sir. So it's a sequencing of events with the administration offices and coaching offices that are in the football stadium currently. The first step is to finish out the first floor of the east side, which Mr. Molina described. That will enable us to take our north end zone occupants, the business office, the ticket operations office, and move them to the east side and north end zone, which will allow us then to get into the next project, which is to renovate the north end zone space into a revenue generating club level premium seating opportunity. The next step, the next phase, would be to complete the second and third floors of the East Side Stadium. That office space was shelled. It was tremendous vision to go ahead and plan for that with the East Side project. And at some point in time, it is our plan to move our administration offices as well as our coaches' offices that are in the south end zone to the East Side building. We would have to finish that phase out before we could renovate the south end zone building, which is part of the campaign for Fearless Champions. So phase 1 is East Side level 1. Phase 2 would be the north end zone. Phase 3 will have to be the East Side level 2 and level 3 build outs. And then phase 4 will be the south end zone renovation.
Mr. Walker, you said that takes like 12 quarters.
How many years is that?
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, I know we're, not that I'm disagreeing with waiving the landscape and public art allocations to the budget. Michael, do like the lobby and so forth, do we have enough money to finish out any type of art or anything like that that we may want to place in for public viewing?
Yes, in this space
Yes, sir.
specifically,
Yeah.
yes, it'll be fully finished out with FF&E and decor.
Okay.
But it's not really public art.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions? If none, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. If no other discussion, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Michael, if you'll continue with item number 4.
Okay, item 4 is the second phase of, or second piece of the phasing that Mr. Hokut just described. This project is to approve to renovate the Jones AT&T Stadium North End Zone building. That is the glass area at the bottom. Well, sorry, Tommy, I hit the wrong one again. There you go. That's this area here, which we know is the club space and the ticket office and offices here. So they'll be fully renovated. We don't have floor plans. Those are being developed now. But in general, what you'll see is this front end are some type of premium seating, cantilevering out over that walkway. And the idea that with athletics is to connect the existing 360 or so seats here and here, so you could walk from those spaces. This was part of the original plan, down into this club space, and then walk back up in here or on this side as well. And then the interior is a club environment, many LCD screens, for game viewing, as well as food and bev service inside the box. So that's part 2 of item 3. Basically, it renovates about 9,500 gross square feet. We're adding about 1,000 feet, basically taking in one of the ramps that on the north side. And it's a game day club space, 364 premium seats and 112A and B connect to that. We're adding approximately 200 additional premium seats. Food and beverage services will be provided, catering kitchen with food service line, support spaces, restrooms, and housekeeping space. Just a side note, food and beverage will be managed by an outside service group but under the auspices of the athletics department. The budget's $3.75 million as indicated on the screen here. We are including public art and landscape in this project. The start of construction is August of 2015, substantial completion in June, and then we'll open it up in July of 2016, ready for the 2016 football season. Yes, ma'am.
So this one is different than the other 2 clubs?
This is a game day experience for those specific premium seats, the 560 so spaces seats that'll be, some already exist plus the new. And it'll be utilized for game day specific. And I do think there's some flexibility in this box to use it in other types of events. Kirby, any other thoughts on that in terms of game day utilization?
No, you know, we're very fortunate in that we continue to have significant waiting lists for premium spaces, stadium suites and club seats. And this will allow us to generate additional revenue, fulfill a large number of club seat requests that we have. So Regent Neal, you're exactly right. This will be an additional club space. So we'll have the west side club space, the east side club space, and now we'll have the north end zone club space.
So when we get to the south, is that where new suites are going to go in eventually?
Yes, ma'am. A combination of suites and club seats.
So eventually the whole bowl will have access.
So on the north end, if you have a red seat, you'll be given a red seat if I want to buy one, and I can go into the club.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes.
I think
But not the other 2 clubs?
They're individual seats.
Okay.
Or the other clubs also.
To be determined.
Yeah, I think that's the question.
Yeah.
That we'll have
Yes.
to walk
Yeah,
through.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay.
Section 112 has been historically kind of an underutilized section, correct? So this will help market that space as well.
Are those the
Yes,
2 new ones?
it will. And, you know, 112A and 112B are the new chairback additions
Right.
that will have
So
access
that's why
into
they
this
look
club
different.
space.
It's a great idea.
And we'll be able to get the Aggies to come and explain to us why zone seats are better than seats on the south. Is that a?
Our end zone premium seating will be much lower in proximity to the field than the Aggies.
I have a side question. Kirby, have you ever figured out how many people we can sit on the grass? Do we know that number?
We used to sit on
We accommodate 500 additional students in that grass area overflow. So when we have student overflow games, then we plan to put up to 500 students in that space.
Could you put 500 seats there? And leave the double T?
No.
No,
Probably not the
probably
same
not.
amount of seat with the
It'd be less than
infrastructure.
that.
Okay.
Michael, could you, go back to the timing of
students.
this? Did you say the construction starts in August of 2015?
Yes, as soon as we're complete with the east side piece, and they move out into that, we'll start renovation on the north end zone. In reality, it'll be one contiguous project. We're just trying to track those completely separate for not only fiscal reasons, but logistics as well.
Construction won't interfere with the fall football season next year, Michael?
No, sir. No. We'll stay contained on the southeast side completely. One point to note, if you have to go to the ticket office today, parking's pretty tough. This really solves a huge solution on the southeast side because of the parking that's available there on the frontage. It's very nice.
And then source of funds has been identified, and there's a donation that is already secured but not named. Is that correct? And then the license?
That is correct. The project's funded through the RFS, repaid with a donation of $2.5 million, as well as the athletic seat license revenue. But the naming of the facility is reserved to a
That's right.
confidential donor at this time.
The gift is pledged currently.
Okay, so that's secure. Okay.
It is secured.
Okay. Any other questions? If none, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. If no other discussion, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Michael, let's go to the next item.
Okay, item 5 is still in the athletics bubble. Approve a budget increase to the United Supermarkets Arena renovations project. So a little bit of clarity here. This is not just an addition to the scope or changes or budgets that weren't hit. The reality is athletics had a parallel project planned for $750,000 to renovate the front entry lobby and the men's, women's basketball, as well as the volleyball offices and suite. So everything in color here, and the gray, darker gray area is part of this $750,000. In working with the athletics department, we saw an advantage to once again gain economies of scale. We're currently working on the basement level, combining those two projects together with a current partner that's doing very well for us on a design build contract. So what we're asking today is to include the $750,000 into the current project that we have going on for the scope I just described. And I'll talk about the numbers in a moment. At the bottom of the page, the formal retail space in the west lobby was not part of, it's just kind of dead space at this point. So we're going to expand the west lobby. You know how tight it is on game day to turn the corner to get back up the stairs or down. And I think that's a good plan that the athletic department has. So that space is part of this as well. Not as a retail space, but an expanded west lobby.
The retail space goes away?
Yes, sir. The previously approved budget was $4.3 million. The new budget is a little over $5 million, and that's why we have to come and ask, because it's an adjustment to a previously approved board item. Had we kept them separate, they could have run that without board approval, but the reality is I think we'll see about a $60,000 net savings at the end of the day by combining the two together. Just a keynote, the original $4.3 million did have a waiver on landscape and public art because it was in the basement. We are extending that request to this additional $750,000, so there's not landscape and public art for the new funds as well. We plan on starting construction in January and completing the project in October of 2015. That's around all the logistics of a basketball team, many basketball teams and volleyball's operations, which we're working with athletics with. So the recommendation on the floor is to increase the project by $750,000. So the new budget's $5,050,000. Waive the fees for public art and landscape, complete all the documents, and amend our contract. And the budget will be funded with taxable debt through the revenue finance system, repaid with funds from the naming agreement. That's the recommendation on the floor.
Mr. Holcutt, will this bring us up to on par with our competitors?
Yes, ma'am, it will. United Supermarkets Arena is still one of the nicest facilities you'll find in the country. This is simply taking the spaces that were outlined. They haven't been touched in 12 years and renovating those spaces, which will bring us up to standard with our competitors throughout the league and country.
Good.
What's really good about the solution, not only the basement, but the west entry lobby and all the offices, they have one common theme, and it'll be very high-end, very nice, very, very refined. So I think it's a good move to combine those under one design auspice so that the solution really ties together top to bottom.
Great. Any other discussion? I've asked Michael, anytime you see the note increase in project budget in one of our items, that you get a full explanation. This is not because there was just an added increase. There was really a scope of work that was added, and to really save dollars to try to roll this scope of work into this project budget. So I want to be sure if you've got any questions about increase of project budget, that we get those completely transparent and why they're there. If no other discussion, I'll ask for a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Second? Okay, thank you. If no other discussion, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Michael, can we move to the next item? Yes.
Item 6 is approve a budget increase to the Bear Plant Science Building Project. Might take a little bit of explanation on this one. The project as it stands today started in, let me flip to my notes here, in July of 2011. It's been quite some time. There was about a year and a half, not quite 2 years of germination process to get all the funds in order from the gift or the many gift sources. which is fine. During that time, we were planning. Over the period of time, we saw an increase in cost escalation in construction. From that point to now, it's roughly 15%. Was not part of our original projection. But I would like to compliment the PSS and TTU team. During this process, we continued to refine the design to stay within the $13.6 million budget. When we got to a point, meaning refining some of the internals of the building, some of the facade structure, et cetera, two of the key things that the IA and the institution and Dr. Gallion spent some time with donors were this colonnade here on the west, which is a covered walkway. This is the EPE complex in the parking lot. And then the north colonnade here with the roofs on top. What we did, once we knew we were going to exceed due to cost escalation and changes of contractors and just challenges this project has had over the 3-year time it took to get to this point, one of the solutions were to eliminate the roof over this area where the X is and make a single width or one row of colonnade instead of two with a roof over the top, and then completely eliminate this colonnade here on the west side. We did look at that, ran it by the institution, Dr. Nellis, Dr. Gallion, Mike Gilbert with Bear, and although everyone agreed it looks good, we like that, but we really feel like early on we had a commitment to donors to sustain the architectural feel of this building with these two colonnades. So the idea was to develop a strategy and come and fund it through Bear Crop's gift, and I won't go into the specifics, and then use the interest earnings to cover this $740,000 dedication, $740,000 to keep these two elements. Everything else basically looks the same. So that's what this scope of this project is. And let me run through this real quick, and I'll answer questions, or the team can as needed. So what we're trying to do is increase the west and north colonnade walkways, reinstate it into the construction contract. They're not really removed yet. They're just identified as a value engineered item not to include to keep us at the 13.6. The key factors that really, when you boil it down, it was three things: the delay in the construction start due to the timing and receipt of gifts funds, and delay is a little bit of a strong word. It just took that time to make all those things happen. Construction cost escalation due to the 5-month delay associated with change. We had a contractor, as I mentioned, many months ago that left. We had to disengage a contract, re-engage a new partner, renegotiate a contract with the help of general counsel. That actually went pretty smooth and quickly. And then the project from inception was a 3-year delay from what we really wanted to kick this thing off and get it moving. So the original budget is $13.6 million. We did not waive public art in the original project budget, but we are asking for a waiver for to add these colonnades back in for the additional $750, which is why the star is only on the right side. So there will be public art, there will be landscape enhancements, just not applied to the $740,000. We're already under construction now. We plan to be completed for the fall 2015 semester, and even adding this back in does not change that program. We turn a little more midnight oil, but we can make that happen. So the recommendation is to add the $740,000 to the existing budget, move forward with all the amendments as needed to make that happen, and it'll be repaid. It will be paid through the RFS and repaid with interest earnings. Any questions?
Why you had to have the readjustment there. Can you talk a little bit about how you factor that in with some of the other projects, the cost escalations?
Yes, sir. It's a good question. What we're trying to do on all project estimates to any institution on any initiative above $2 million, we typically send them a project budget, kind of a high-level recap on what are the key elements of the project as it relates to soft cost, hard cost. What we're adding to every single project today, not just because of this project, but also related to the South End Zone master plan that we've been working on with the athletics department, is at the bottom of the page. We put the actual estimate, but also a 3-year lookout. So if we wait 1 year, what is cost escalation or de-escalation? What is the projection based on industry, not just FP&C perception? So we have 5 key partners out in the industry that we collect data from. We work with Mr. Brunges. He watches the Engineering News record numbers. I watch the RS Means numbers, and we kind of compile this what is the construction commodities and labor market doing. So we'll do that for a 3-year period, so whenever somebody does receive a cost estimate from here forward, they understand timing. There is an effect to waiting or timing or just things out of our control. So it's always on the front end, not the tail end, as we're seeing on this project now. Does that answer that question?
So there are there's no additional scope to the project. It's just the delay that's kind of cost us a little bit more.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions? If none, I need a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. If no other discussion, all in favor? If no, any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Michael?
Item 7 is to approve a project to construct a central heating and cooling plant, otherwise known as CHAP 1, utility infrastructure upgrades. This is phase 2 of a several phase project upgrade. Sean Childers is here, who is our Vice President of Operations, and he can answer technical questions as needed. But at a high level, where this project is, CHAP 1 is located. This is the covered swimming pool at the rec center, right across Main Street. It's this facility here, which houses 3 current large chillers, steam-driven chillers. This project basically takes the infrastructure to replacing steam-driven chiller number 3 with an electric unit of 6,500 horsepower. One thing I think is a good plan that the institution's had on their list for a while. This removes the last of the ozone-depleting refrigerant R22. It's not just that; that's also not being produced anymore. So we're running on reserves at this point. And then the refrigerant's no longer in production. The budget is $6.75 million. Please note the board of directed fees. There's no public art landscaping or FP&C fee. In working with Dale Townsend, Sean Childers, and the team, this is really for those, if there's anybody, and I guess John, anybody in the Navy that's been in the bottom of a ship, that's what CHAP 1 looks like. It is miles and miles of piping and infrastructure, not a lot of architectural aesthetic inside of there. So there was really no reason. And these guys are the ones that know that building and its systems in and out. We'll be there for support as needed. We'll report to the state and those kind of things, but they're really going to manage the project on a day-to-day basis. The design RFQ starts in January. Will go out in January 2015 with a December 2017 completion. The reason it seems like that takes a long time, it probably takes up to a year to plan it, and then to execute it another year plus, just because of the logistics. You can't shut the whole thing down. It's a very staged process. Before I go into the recommendation, are there any tactical questions that Sean or Dale could answer for you? Yes, sir.
One of the questions, I don't know if it's for them, Michael, or people for Jim. Is there, obviously there's efficiencies, Jim, we get out of a unit like this. Is there a timeline on when we recover our capital cost in this kind of investment?
Well, it's really a question of how fast we want to do the billing on the side of. We will bill this through the utility charges that go out to the various components. Most of it is E&G based, so it gets billed to a central account.
Okay.
Places like the housing and dining system will see the efficiencies. But I'm not sure. Mr. Childers probably has the capital return cost on it, but we will be billing it through the utility assessments.
Okay. So it's a revenue generating item. That's my question then. Right?
Yeah,
It
is.
It is. Yep.
It is because we will pass through this cost to the people that consume the steam and chilled water.
Okay.
One thing I think is a good strategy. Right now we have 3 steam-driven chillers. We're replacing a steam with an electric, so the plant operations group can convert on peak or non-peak times to utilize electricity over gas or gas over electricity or steam over electricity. So they'll be able to manage their commodity cost. How they do that and how that works, Sean will have to answer those questions, but I think it's a good strategy.
My assumption would be that electricity would always be much more expensive than gas.
Sean, you want to talk a little bit about the strategy of that?
Yes, sir. And in the general terms, it is. What happened to us last year is we got locked into the index, and the gas price went above 5 for us. So at that time, we actually crunched a few numbers and thought that we could get a better economy of scale if we managed between 2 chillers, 1 electric and 1 gas, and balanced out that higher gas price. So in general, gas is cheaper. or more cost effective, but we did get in a situation where electricity would have been a little more cost effective for us.
And one point to note, this unit probably needs to be replaced anyway. It was installed in 1974. The strategy to go electric versus steam was what Sean really chose to do.
And the age of our other two?
Sean, the age of the other two chillers?
So the one in 67 is probably something we're going to need to start looking at as far as a replacement. And it's been upgraded. Okay.
Upgraded and really to current day kind of
to current
demand
day.
standard.
Okay, so hopefully we're good for a while. Okay.
One thing that's amazing, as we're building new capital projects, Dale and his team are kind of the unknown heroes because everything we do ties typically back, at least on the main campus, back to their world. So the way they manage their preventive maintenance and repair maintenance programs they're really kind of lauded in the country, in the APA, which is the Physical Plant Associations of the country, which we have a really, really, really strong operation, Chap 1 and Chap 2.
Any other questions? If none, no other discussion, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. If no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Michael, let's move on.
Okay, finally, we are very excited to stand today and present to you the final draft of the TTU-HSC Lubbock Campus Master Plan Update. As a reminder, this is not a new master plan. It's an update to a current, strong, solid master plan, but it really touches on a couple things. It's a 140-page document, very high vis as you flip through it on purpose. It does a couple things. It really synthesizes the systems, HSCs, and Texas Tech strategic plans, develops a land use plan solution directly related to those strategic plans, which are MP1s and such that the Regent Group approves. And it also provides a descriptive playbook for all future planners, designers, regents, and anybody else invested in the campus infrastructure and aesthetic feel of our campus and what it looks, feels, and the experiential walkthrough of the campus provides. It is all based around the original master plan, Beaux-Arts design concepts and principles. The reason we felt like that was important, as we hire partners and we've opened it up and broadening the base of our partners, some folks might not know some of these principles because they're just not used to it. This is really the unofficial Bible of planning at Texas Tech University and HSC in Lubbock. And make sure we wanted to document for 1,839 acres, and you'll see in a moment in the year 2024 what the campus might look like. There's a very clear description, and in some cases prescription of how our campus needs to come together. So just a few slides to walk through, and we can go through Q&A as needed. 1,839 acres, contiguous, kind of bisected by the Marcia Sharp Freeway, shown in green. That's everything under the banner of Texas Tech University and Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. I'll talk about the colors of the buildings here in a moment. But at the end of the day, that represents the MP1s for both institutions as well as their strategic plans aligned with the system strategic plans that y'all have previously approved. This is an example of what's inside the book. It's a stereotypical campus building and mall perspective. So if you're trying to figure out which building's which, don't, because these aren't buildings on our campus. What this is really a diagrammatic representation in 3D, it's sketch form, that really shows malls, plazas, pedestrian space, tertiary pedestrian walkways, planned detention ponds, integrated parking structures, and the mall concept as a planning principle process. So what you see are important to Texas Tech, not only from the original master plan, but much like you see in plant soil sciences, courtyards and spaces and colonnades are important to our architectural heritage. Large malls and vistas are important to our heritage. Key nodes for public art, maybe and or water features. Areas like this for detention because we have to hold our water somewhere. Connectivity, secondary and primary and even tertiary pedestrian walkways that have purpose, not just goat trails, which there are some on our campus today. Parking structures integrated, how do those things come together? So what we tried to do in this document is from a scientific design perspective, ensure that scale, proportion, symmetry, rhythm, all the fun architectural language items that make a beautiful community beautiful, injected into this document so there's no miss in the future. So not only on a macro scale, but on a micro scale down to the pedestrian walk area, experience. We had talked about maybe this would be something like in the historic district, a unique feel for street signage, and the rest of the campus still beautiful, still celebrated, but maybe in a bit of a different way. Key entries into the campus, maybe Boston, Flint off of 19th Street, celebrating the pedestrian access, which is huge through those zones, as well as cars driving by feeling I am not driving by Texas Tech, I'm driving into Texas Tech, and it's special. Inboard of the campus, pedestrian walkways which celebrate the process of building-to-building transportation on foot. So we'll start seeing, and you'll see some of the Urbanofsky Park Solution Phase 2 for campus beautification have this kind of element around it in 2 different locations. And once again, I'm trying to figure this little X out. Okay, the upper right corner, that's, once again, it's a description of how things should come together. From the architectural design eye, that tells about 3,000 different things on public integration, connectivity, walkway, pedestrian, cars, and safety, and water detention or retention as needed on our campuses. When I talked a moment ago about scientific design guidelines, it's important to understand that yes, we're very good about ensuring brick and tile and things are integrated into our campus. This document takes it the next level to ensure those things come together appropriately. You could walk the campus today, if you're a real critique of design in Spanish Renaissance specifically, you could find some things that maybe aren't really in line, although they kind of look like they're in line. So what we try to do is put clear planning principles, not just on a master planning level, but down to the details of every facade, fenestration, stone, brick, lintels, and all the details that make architecture beautiful on the Texas Tech campus. So this is just a quick run through of some of those prescriptive and descriptive ideas. Key point here is it's not to make every building look the same, it's to identify the palette and the principles in which we do our game. At the end of the day, the 2024 vision, which combines the system strategic plan and both component institutions into one large campus infrastructure. So we're a city within a city. How do we design that to the best possible solution? Not only the architecture, but the planning principles and connectivity for all of those things. So when you look at this map, this is the first building where the X is that we're building today at the research park, but in reality we've planned up to 750 to 800,000 square foot if that initiative continues to grow in a quad kind of concept. The HSC, all the green buildings represent directly related to their strategic plan. How does that land use work, and how does it integrate together to the larger contiguous campus? I won't go through every project, but there's things like parking structures integrated into the campus. One day we're going to have to make decisions on as we maybe exceed 40,000 people or 40,000 students on our campus. So I'll stop there and just to say that from strategic planning to the tectonics or the science of how our campus comes together, we've addressed in this book, all directly related to campus and system strategic plans. And maybe a little Q&A if there is any, we can kind of get into discussion. Dr. Nellis and Dr. Mitchell both have said, Michael, this is an important document, not only for the planning purposes, but maybe some other things. So maybe you could share some of those with Dr. Nellis.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. One of the components that as part of the SAC COC review is to have a documented, updated, approved master plan. As part of the preliminary evaluation by the off-site team for SAC COC, they cited us for not having that document. So it's important that we have approval of the master plan as one of the things we can check off before the February visit of our on-site SAC COC team. just wanted to say that.
Dr. Mitchell, comments?
I just want to hear you say tectonics again. I like that.
That was my closing statement, but I'll use it again.
We've grown substantially in the last several years, and and this is we hit a record enrollment number again in the fall of 14, even not counting HSC El Paso. So we're growing rapidly. For us, I won't belabor it, but you guys have heard me say it before. I mean, I think that the planning early on the HSC side was minimalist. And so for us, as far as recruitment, there is a certain effect that people have when they walk into an institution. And the students can't put their finger on it, but there's a feel they get distinctly. If you're on the TTU side of things, you get that feel. You get that feel the moment you pull into Broadway. On the HSC side, you really don't. On the HSC side, you wander around until you find where you're supposed to be. And so for us, it's critical that we do something for the long term that will help to attract in folks. If you go around and look at the other HSCs, which I've been doing for the last couple of years in visiting the other health science centers, there's a lot going on in those places that we've got to stay on top of it. We've got to stay in front of it. So from a functional standpoint, we need the growth. From an aesthetic standpoint, we need the growth. And I will say, as piggybacking on what Dwayne just said, we're up against accreditation issues now. Not with SACS, but with LCME for the medical school, not having the anatomy lab that we need. We have the School of Medicine, the Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences, and the School of Allied Health Sciences that all use our gross lab. And we've outgrown it. We've significantly outgrown it. The LCME has told us that we're okay with that for the moment, but by the time we come back in 2017, it better be corrected. So we have a need for this that is not purely just aesthetics.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry this isn't bound. This would be a great coffee table book. This is really a treasure. And what I really love about it is the progression of the campus plans or the campus snapshots. Some of you may have been around in some of those earlier years, but it's a great historical. I mean, I know it's used for a master plan, but it's got some real treasures in here.
Have you looked at page 5?
Yeah, the picture? Yeah, I have. I'm going to rip that one out.
That's real treasure.
No, but my compliments to the visual beauty of this plan. It's.
Thank you.
I can hardly wait to go through it. Last time I saw it, it had jumbled words. It didn't have real words.
Yeah.
So remember when you have that Greek stuff that you put in for words. But this is fun. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. That does lead in really to part of the next statement is, the 38 or the 28 member committee, almost 30 folks, really spent a lot of time just preparing the idea for this book. It will be hardbound, much like any real book.
Yeah.
Will go to print sometime in the first quarter of next year. The strategy on how to distribute that is to be discussed. There's some real opportunity. I've already had 4 calls from the last meeting. We had about 12 calls when I presented. I've had 4 calls yesterday. Please send me a copy. And I said, well, the Regents haven't approved it yet, but once they do, we'll go to print and put that on the market. The idea was high vis, beautiful, so it could be a coffee table type book as well, not just a plan for your office.
Yes. To show where we've been and where we're going.
Thank you for the compliments. I will say on page 138 and 139, this is truly a collaborative effort. I'd like to hats off to 2 folks in the room. Teresa Drull was behind the scenes many days working in editing. Luke Rieger, our graphic design internal to FP&C. We were fortunate to steal him from another company, and he has been with our team for a couple years now, and he really did a fantastic job. And there's so many others, it's hard to, it's not, you can't even mention them all, but on pages 138 and 139, there's over 67 to 80 people, depending on where you stop counting, that had a hand in this, from chancellors all the way across the board, presidents, their respective teams. It really was a great collaborative process. We're not going to print tomorrow, so if you see anything that you have a question on, I don't think there's a typo. We've had Sally Post and Daily Fuller and the whole world triple checking every letter, comma, semicolon, etc. We still have a little bit of time. So if you notice something as you read through this in your off time, let us know. There is it's very short on the very front. It's a contents on page, it's not labeled, it's like page,
I think we knew.
it's page
I
2
think
and
you
3.
could elaborate on that a little bit so I can find what I'm looking for. Like I had to ask him where 2024 was because it's not with the other ones, and it'd just be helpful to
Might
be
do a
able to
little bit
find
more
things.
detail.
I don't like to dog-ear pretty books. So.
Understood. Yeah, I think we could elaborate on the contents page at the front and maybe put some key pages in there to find things for
Did
reference.
Artie take a lot of these pictures?
He took many. There are photo acknowledgments in the back, and that
Okay.
ranged from some of our staff, myself, Artie,
I'm
and then
impressed.
some TTU staff as well.
I'm glad you're going to make it
I
a
think
big
you
book.
should recognize Richard Deal as editor-in-chief.
Who's that?
Brent.
No, I just think it's real. I mean, I've had 15 minutes to look through it, and it's wonderful.
I like using my college yearbook pictures.
Oh, you would put that in? I would like to mention on Dr. Mitchell's page, it was about 67 shots and shoots just to make that one right. And a lot of Photoshop.
I'm glad you got back at it.
Yeah, I couldn't let that go. Exactly. Anyway.
Had somebody come over with an iPhone is what he did.
The process has been pretty amazing. It's been 2 years in working, and this is a great augment to the original master plan, which is really a good master plan. We just took it up a notch and made it a little more representational to vision and strategic planning that we see today.
I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to ask questions. This has been a long, ongoing project, and this really sets the standards for our architectural style, our growth, addresses transportation issues. I want to take the opportunity, Michael, to thank you personally and thank your team. You've guided this process. We would be remiss as Regents if we didn't recognize the important work of the committee, both our Texas Tech family, Health Sciences Center family, the community that took a lot of time to really come together and agree upon a set of standards for us to move forward. So we want to be sure that you are thanked. We want to be sure that those representing the University and Health Sciences Center are thanked, and our community members are thanked for the time that they've spent. It's a great document. If there are no other comments or discussion, I'd like to move finally, after 2 years, for a motion to approve the master plan as presented here today. Thank you. Thank you. If no other discussion, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. It's approved.
Okay.
Okay, Michael, let's move on.
Item 9, Mr. Huffaker.
From that lofty and visionary discussion, we come to alcohol policy. I'm not sure
This was strategically
how I ended up
placed.
following that. In response to inquiries and questions during the fall, the Chancellor asked Mr. Locke and I to review existing policies having to do with those instances in which either the system or any of our components either serve and provide alcoholic beverages at some sort of an event or license the sale or service of alcoholic beverages. There were differences in the written policies in the 4 components, and there was essentially no Board of Regents policy. So what we have suggested and has been approved by the Regents Rules Committee is basically a policy that would say to the components, your alcoholic service policy should at a minimum include these propositions. And then what we will propose to do is go back to the components and then probably incorporate some of these items into their OPs. And basically what the policy says is that it creates some flexibility and some differences in level of approval for various events. With respect to Texas Tech University, for example, as large as it is, with as many departments as it is, we say that at least some sort of an event would be approved by department chair or department head under the guidelines of the rules. That doesn't mean that the Texas Tech University president couldn't say, no, I want to approve them all, and that's fine as well. And that is the case at Angelo State University right now, is that the president must approve every occasion. And so that goes to who approves these policies. And with respect to the Board of Regents, we have reserved the power to approve any situation in which alcoholic beverages would be served at an intercollegiate athletic event. That must be approved by this board. We've also set rules and standards that service must be by licensed vendors, licensed caterers, and those sort of things. So that is, in a nutshell, the proposed policy. An attachment to the board agenda has the actual legislative version. It has been approved by the Regents Rules Committee, and we would ask for its approval.
Any questions?
So moved.
Okay. Wow, okay. If no other discussion, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. Mr. Molina? Next item?
Item 10 is Mr. Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Not too long ago, one of the institutions approached me asking what the approval process was for an honorary statue, because someone had approached them about donating a statue of a former student of theirs. I looked at the Regents rules, and the only provision in there currently is that if it will become part of the public art collection, it goes through a process of review by the Public Art Committee, recommendation to the respective president, recommendation to the chancellor, and the chancellor has the final decision authority. But I also noted that virtually every other case in the Regents rules of an honorary designation, the board approves, whether it's a facility naming, naming of an academic program such as a school, college, department, gift-related namings, if it's an honorary degree, honorary titles such as emeritus appointments, honorary plaques for former chancellors and presidents. So the Regents Rules Review Committee was asked, should the board also be in the approval line for honorary statues, sculptures, and related works of art? So the Rules Committee said yes, and has proposed a set of amendments to chapters 8 and chapters 12, under which it does not matter whether the proposed honorary statue would become part of the public art collection or not. It would still have to go through the review process, the normal review process by the Public Art Committee, recommendation of the respective president, recommendation of the chancellor, but the board would have to grant approval. And then there's also the provision that if an unforeseen situation were to develop later, the honorary statue could be removed. Are there any questions?
Any questions? If none, I need a motion to approve. Thank you. If no other discussion, all in favor? Any opposed? If none, motion carries. Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you.
Mr. Molina, if you will conclude.
Okay, before I go into this 11, I was remiss in mentioning one person's name. The Public Art Collection book was designed by Daley Fuller, internal to Texas Tech, and his team in the Chancellor's office. So, and I forgot to mention that. He did a fantastic job. Item 11 is report on all of FP&C projects across the state. At this point in time, because of time, won't go into any of those, but they are all on time, all on budget according to the original plan. Now with the change to the plant soil sciences, that's the only one with the adjusted budget. So there are no red flags at this point in time. We are moving forward fast and furious with highest quality standards as we're committed to. So if there's any questions, I'll dive into that. But in the back of your book, there are pictures in this presentation indicating all the data on time, budget, and quality related to these projects.
Members, you received in your handouts the list of all the projects and the status. And so in the interest of time, we weren't going to go through each one of them. But if you have a question about any one of them, this would be the time that we'd need to try to have Mr. Molina answer. If not, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, this concludes our report from the Facilities Committee.
Before we begin with Chairman Steinmetz, I failed to mention Regent Kobe Ray is not with us today, as you can well see. He is on a job interview. Right, Ted? Is that you don't know? Oh, okay, I thought you maybe a residency. I'm sorry, he's going through a residency interview. So he wishes he could be here, but his timing just wasn't right. So we can understand why he would not be here. So, okay, Chairman Steinmetz, Finance and Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance and Administration Committee is called to order. I would begin by entertaining a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on October 10th, 2014.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. You're my man. Mr. Burgess, please begin with item number 1.
First item on the agenda for consideration by the Finance and Administration Committee is to approve the 2015 bond issue. Approximately every 3 years, we go out and issue revenue finance system supported bonds. The last time we did this was in 2012, almost exactly a year, in January of 2012. Time before that, it was in 2009. Time before that, 2006. And the time before that, 2003. So it's just works out about every 3 years we go out for bonds. As you may recall, basically for most projects that are construction projects, major capital projects within the Texas Tech University system, they are initially funded through short-term paper. Short-term paper is paper that we issue through banks and credit facilities, somewhere in the neighborhood of 90 to 270 days. That current interest rate is somewhere around 50 basis points. So the interim short-term financing has been very attractive, and there was no pressing need to go along with these bonds. The bonds that we'll discuss today are basically establishing a 30-year repayment cycle. The item itself is going to be asking the board to approve the 16th series. Our revenue financing system was adopted in 1993 with a master resolution, and since that time, every time we've issued bonds, we've did a supplemental resolution that basically authorizes the then current issuance of debt. We're asking for permission to go up to an aggregate amount of $400 million. That includes approximately $150 million in new debt, and then the remainder would be in possible refinancing operations. Every time we issue debt, we do a couple of things. One is that we go out and look at all previous debt that's been issued, and if there's possible savings, we will take advantage of that. Also, when we issue this debt, it will be important that we add Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center at El Paso as a component of our revenue financing system, because our revenue financing system applies to all the combined revenues of the Texas Tech University system. This enables us to get very attractive rates when we combine all the revenues. The funding history for the last 5 years of capital projects, this was discussed at the October meeting, but just for a quick review, basically there was a substantial number of projects totaling approximately $400 million for Texas Tech University. During this period of time, their enrollment increased by about 17%, and they have had substantial building projects. If you'll see the blue projects there, those are projects where they completed with bonds. Also, at the other two components at the time, the Health Sciences Center and ASU, there were projects completed, and this is presented on page 5 of the presentation. At this time, we're asking for approval for new debt to be issued. There are several columns here, and I will go through them. The name of the project is listed in the second column in, as well as the revenue source that will be used to repay the debt. This debt issuance is kind of unique because there is a significant number of projects with taxable debt. I will talk about a little bit about some of the great advantages of issuing taxable debt now. But the next column over is how much was approved originally to finance the debt. You'll see a number there, for example, for West Village was $54.8 million. When the actual project comes in and how much we actually have outstanding now, we estimate that we'll issue $53.3 million in new debt and $0.3 million in new debt. You'll see there that as of the end of our fiscal year 2014, we'd issued $48 million in CP, and we will issue the rest of it to pay off expenses associated with that project. The three projects there that are tax exempt include the West Village Residence Hall, the COBA West Wing addition, which was approved in October of $15 million, in the Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing building, which is nearing an opening date at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center at El Paso. Beautiful facility. We recently had the opportunity at Dr. Lang's invitation to tour that building. Beautiful building. Then we get into the taxable projects. The research and technology in taxable projects have to do with the fact that the IRS says that you have a tax exemption, Texas Tech University system, for things that are directly related to your educational research, service, patient care, research, and those things that are directly related to your mission you can issue as tax exempt. Things that are a little bit outside of your relationship and more of what I would typically refer to as a business purpose, probably those should be taxable. In other words, you shouldn't get a tax advantage of issuing tax exempt debt for those type of activities. So you see beginning here, the first project is the building for the research and technology part. That's a $29 million building that has some of the major steel work up. That building, when it opens, will be rented out, leased out. We will have collaborators with Texas Tech, research, business entities, things that might be used for future commercialization will be housed in that building. That's why it's taxable. The Bayer Crop Science project, and the two down from that, the building, it's actually for the offices, the $5 billion there, the greenhouse at $14 million, those are also taxable because of the relationship with Bayer. Athletics, we get into advertising and that relationship and things like the video screen and the North Colonnade. The IRS views those as more deriving income from revenues. You also get into the United Supermarkets arena renovations, and all money that's derived from naming rights is basically considered taxable income. The good news in this bond issuance is that currently the difference between tax-exempt debt and taxable debt is well less than 50 basis points, so it's almost negligible. Also, tax-exempt debts have a great deal of requirements on the university system as a whole that we have to continually justify the fact that they're used for tax exempt purposes. Taxable bonds, when they're issued by the institution, there's very few regulations that actually apply, because the IRS takes a view, if the folks that receive the payments from the bonds are reporting the taxes, then we don't care. They're,
That's a question on that. On the credit rating side, it doesn't matter whether we're issuing taxable debt or tax exempt debt, does it?
no, it really doesn't.
Okay.
It would only matter on the revenue stream, and if on the taxable side, if the revenue stream was a little bit more volatile, which it usually is because of advertising and naming rights, then they consider that. But actually, in the grand scheme of looking at our entire revenue finance system, that's considered a positive, because if you have diverse revenues from lots of different places, for example, patient care from the health science centers, student revenue from here, athletic revenue from Texas Tech University, that's all considered positives. The next slide shows you where the debt is going to be applied. The 142 million, a little bit over 53 million is applied for the res halls, the taxable research at TTU, the research building, the two Bayer projects. We have taxable athletic projects, and then we have the Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing at El Paso, and we have the $15 million for the academic building at TTU. Whenever we issue debt, we go back, as I mentioned, and look at all previous issuances. This is the amount of refinancing that we can refinance in this debt issuance. You'll notice that for the 2003 series, it's a very small amount remaining. 2006, a little bit higher, and 2009, even higher. We require that anything that is callable, for example, the first one in 2003 that's already reached its call date, that we save at least 2% of the net present value in calculating that. And on the 2006 and 9 bond issuance, since that's a forward-looking refinancing, we'll need to save 3%. All three of these probably will be candidates. Here's what our expected savings is based upon today's market rates. Even though the $270,000 is not very much money, we are going to save 14% or $35,000 there. 2006, we get into a little bit larger numbers, 7.7 million on the net present value, or 11.6%. In the 2009 is much more, because it's so close to the 2015 issuance date that we're going out, it's much more sensitive to changes, so therefore we'll calculate it as we go through. If we save 3% or more on it, it will be a candidate for refinancing. Our credit profile on page 12, you'll notice the credit profile from the last board meeting where, comparing with the Texas schools, we're number one. We will be updating this information. We finish our annual financial report. We finished it this year on November the 20th. We have great staff. Sharon Williamson does great work for us in pulling it all together. It's very, we do a great service to the state and everyone by getting it out by November the 20th. So we will be getting other system financial reports because they were all due the same date to the state comptroller. We will be getting comparative reports. And in the February Board of Regents meeting, in accordance with the audit charter, I will be giving a report on the annual financial statement. So for the present time, we just have Texas Tech comparisons. There were 4 measures that we did for 2013 on the chart, the preceding chart that I wanted. This is looking at how we did in 2014, where we did better or worse. Let's see. I just realized we have a mistake on the chart. There is one that the annual debt service to operations is higher than that. So that's, should be, we lost a little bit of ground there. But on operating margins, expendable resources, and expendable financial resources to debt, we improved our credit positions. We looked at our debt. This is a chart we had done through 2013 at the last board meeting. At that chart, when we projected all of our debt for 5 years, it resulted in the blue line there with our debt capacity. Our debt was the blue line, pardon me. The green line and the red lines were debt capacity, calculated two different ways. You'll notice that within the improvements in our credit, our performance in 2014, that line has actually gone now above the blue line. The last time the blue line, which is how much we expect to issue, it was in between those two different methods of calculating it. Now we're completely above it. Also, if you'll notice that this trend is upwards, and so I expect us to continue to improve our financial performance.
Understand that. That's important to understand our capacity from the standpoint of the credit agencies. Okay.
The blue line is the one we're focused on, right?
The one that's declining there.
Yeah, the blue line is what we anticipate, and the green line is what we kind of calculate as keeping our current position financially. Green line and the red line. Our schedule, basically, most of the work will begin in, well, we've done a lot of work on credit ratings and credit profiles and things such as that. But our external work will begin in the January timeframe when we'll interview underwriters in Dallas. We'll probably try to select a syndicate. That's a financial term, not a mafia term. Anyway, we'll select a syndicate of underwriters to go out and help us sell the debt, probably in the neighborhood of 5 to 6 different underwriters. We will then do some rating calls. We'll finalize our official statement, and we look to issue debt somewhere in the early March timeframe. The last time around, we got ratings from two different entities, Standard & Poor's and Fitch ratings, and our underwriters said that should be sufficient. The reason we didn't do Moody's at the time was because they were much more expensive than these two. Recent bond issuance for a fellow institution in Texas, Fitch charged them $40,000 for their bond ratings. Standard & Poor's charged $90,000, and Moody's charged $140,000. So if we can't get Moody's down to be a little bit closer, we'll probably go with these two again. When we actually come to the day of selling bonds, the pricing committee that actually finally okays it will consist of the chancellor, the chief financial officer for the Texas Tech University system, and the members of the finance and administration committee by telecommunication. So this committee will give the final okay to the pricing. If you're familiar with the process, will be something like we prepare the bonds for offering. Our underwriters go out there and sell the bonds. We look at the rates we could sell them at. We try to keep reducing that rate until we get it right on as low as it'll go, and then we come back and finally price the offers early afternoon of the day that we're issuing the debt. The bonds. This board item is to approve bonds in the neighborhood of 142 million of new debt and up to 400 million, including the new debt and previously issued debt. And that's a resolution I present to the Finance and Administration Committee for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Brunges. Are there any questions?
One statement. I think that if we went to a meeting of chief financial officers of the Big 12 or Texas, that I'd be in the sin screaming MVP for Jim, because you've done an outstanding job, and it's reflected, in that one chart.
Well, that one chart, and thank you for the kind words, that one chart also represents the collective efforts of 4 other CFOs.
Right.
Who do a great job in the day-to-day operations of their institutions. And, it takes a considerable amount of effort in the part of all of our fiscal officers to overlook and make sure that we're always thinking about every penny being spent in the best way possible.
Mr. Brunges, you and I had a conversation, and for the board's benefit, would you share with the board why our financial position, in your opinion, has increased and improved so much over the last few years?
Well, it's really an interesting thing when you try to say why has it improved, and I think a lot of that is based upon factors of growth in revenues. We've had significant enrollment increases at all institutions, or at least maintaining the revenue there. So increasing revenues really helps our story. In addition, the institutions themselves have not increased the expenditure side of their budget as fast as they have the revenue side. They're very conservative. They tend to make sure that before they initiate a new program, they have adequate funding in place. So as a natural result of the conservative nature of our system as a whole, we see improvements in our financial position. It's not happening everywhere. You can read such things as events that have happened in the Dallas Metroplex area in the past 2 weeks, and prior to that are pretty significant if you take your eye off the ball, sort of to speak. But we are doing incredibly well, and it's a credit. Things like major layoffs or reductions, we're not experiencing that.
Thank you, sir. Are there any further questions or comments? Mr. Walker, can I hear a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. All right. Second. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Mr. Brunges, please continue with item number 2.
It's really interesting that the board, the long-term investment fund, is established, and it's a little bit over, slightly higher than $1 billion now, and it was established for endowments primarily, and for funds that would be kept in perpetuity. That's long term for East Texas, okay? That's why we call it long term, President Mitchell.
You've been hanging out with Dr.
Long time, okay?
Long-term strategic.
Yeah, strategic. So, since we established the fund in 1996, we've never had a request to move funds either in or out, except through normal administrative processes. In the course of 1 week in October, I got a request for moving funds both ways. And so it's kind of interesting. So I bring them to the board for your consideration and approval. The first item is regarding the Bayer Crop Science gifts. Tommy. I'm going to go to the next slide. Thank you. Bayer Crop Science, we have an incredible relationship between our College of Ag Science and Natural Resources and Bayer Crop Science. In 1999, they had 4 people in Lubbock. Now they have 80 full-time people. They've recognized Lubbock in the South Plains as a major area for cotton growth. Their business is very well profited by us. We do joint research efforts with them. They've been very kind to us, and our research that's done in the College of Ag, Science and Natural Resources, as well as the Bayer Crop Sciences, is world class. They have made substantial gifts to us. They've made TRIP eligible gifts totaling some $7.5 million originally, and this was $5 million of the gift and a $5 million of the TRIP match was to support research in the Department of Plant and Soil Sciences. In 2012 and 13, as discussed and approved by this board, they made two gifts of $10 million and $9.3 million. Both these gifts were TRIP eligible and represent significant increases. So when you look at the total amount that has been directed toward research by Bayer Crop Science, it's about $23.8 million. They are very cautious, the College of Ag Science, Natural Resources, and Bayer, and how they use this for particular projects. They have established joint efforts called Project Revolution. Noel Sloan and I, and the review of the financial records of the university, discovered a substantial fund balance sitting in cash as they wait to define what research projects would be used. By moving that money into the long-term fund for temporarily, we can generate about $540,000 annually. The long-term fund rules board regent rule will be followed, that if they want to take any of this out, they have to give us an annual notice, 1 year notice. But for right now, instead of sitting in an idle cash account, this will allow the college to put the money to work. And $540,000 is not an inconsequential amount for use by the College of Ag Science and Research. That's the first use. So they're asking for $12 million to be placed into the fund. By the way, they understand the fund completely. We've had great conversations. CFO Sloan has really had some very good conversations with them. At the same time this was coming in.
I want to stop you there because any good CFO finds money where money isn't to be found. And $543,000 is very material for a college, and I commend you for that.
Well, as I mentioned, Noel Sloan and I, we both said that, now if we can just talk them into letting us, do that, we'll be okay. And they were very receptive, but boy, it's a big impact. And so it is. It's $500,000 that can, and this goes to Dr. Regent Walker's question yesterday. It's $540,000 that can be used for today's students and go to work immediately for helping today's students. And that's so significant, whether that be research, fellowships, however the college wants to use it, it's very significant. The next item was a request, and this was initiated by me when I went back and looked at the medical liability self-insurance plan. As you know, we reviewed this in August, and Mr. Huffaker gave a good report from our actuary that said we have contingent reserves and we had a strong capital base to support the 2015 plan year. The board also authorized the chancellor to issue an experience dividend, a rebate of $4 million. The chancellor has done that. Well, what happened after we did all of this, I was looking at the plan and where we were financially, and this chart presents, well, the first thing you should look at is the purple line. That's how much the actuary said we needed in the self-insurance plan beginning in 2007, and it was almost $70 million. Over the course of time and through the passage of TART reform, that number that is now required is about $45 million. So it's really made a significant change. That money has been rebated to the institution, and now in the case institutions with the HSC at El Paso. Well, what happened is that as we rebated the money, you see the blue line there, which was cash and cash investments. The dotted line is where they have gone down to. And the reason for that is when we pay out rebates, we pay them out of cash and we keep the money in the long-term fund. Well, the long-term fund, with an increase of 15% return last year, has increased to the point where at the end of 2014, it represented 69% of the portfolio. Our recommendation is that we reallocate the funds and bring it down to a 50% split between cash and the long-term investment fund. The long-term investment fund is subject to changes, market changes, and things like that. And the cash, we will have ready cash available for anything in the foreseeable future, meaning 5, 10 years, probably longer than that, in the medical malpractice self-insurance fund. So that is a recommendation for this item for the board, is to consider, one, an LTIF inclusion of the Bayer Crop Science, and the other is to transfer the funds out of the long-term investment fund and into cash. It's interesting, since these two transactions will be made at the same time, we're making a little bit of net new money, and we'll just change the relative position in the LTIF market value. We'll just change the relative position for $8.7 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to me again why we need so much cash in that fund. I mean, is the drawdown that much as a rule?
No, the drawdown is not that much, but it makes the actuary feel more comfortable. And the actuaries like things that are steady, slow, consistent. Okay, and that qualifies. The cash qualifies. Yeah,
I understand, but it
so
seems
that
like,
is really where it comes from. Is
but aren't we leaving a lot of money not in long-term investment that could have been making money?
We could push it, but every time you can see that at 50%, it's the lowest it's been. It really is actuarial driven. He gets nervous every time he hears about a change in value.
Yeah, he's not excited.
The issue is exposure to market risk, not so much.
Okay, not exposure to lawsuits and all that.
The issue is not to generate money out of this. We could if we wanted to. The issue is to protect the corpus, and that's why, as Mr. Helfinger said.
Now I understand it.
Jim, when you say cash,
very conservative.
Is that the piece that's allocated for cash? Does that go into the short-term investment fund bucket?
That does, and it's invested. It's invested in 3 tiers.
There you go.
To earn a little bit more. So it earns about.
It's not just sitting in cash.
Okay.
No, it's not sitting in cash.
But it's very conservative.
Yes, it's conservative. Yeah.
We don't have cash in some bank or something like that.
Are claims recourse only to that, or are the claims, do they have recourse to just the overall structure of the system?
No, very limited claims.
Okay.
And Mr. Huffaker can explain that.
And the self-insurance fund insures physicians that are exposed to liability, but their exposure is limited by, in most instances, by the Tort Claims Act.
Statute.
Right.
Okay.
Statute.
That is really why you see the reduction from 70 million down, is because of the fact that they weren't limited in 2007, and now they are capped at certain amounts.
Okay.
Mr. Brundage, I've got one question for the Chancellor, maybe going back to your time in the legislature. Is there a risk that tort reform could ever be overturned? And if so, would we have to put this money back to get us in this position?
No, I don't think so. I think those statutes are tested, and I think there's, there's always some chance of a rogue ruling somewhere, but I think that these statutes are pretty well tested, and I think we're in good shape. And the Tort Claims Act has been around for a long time, so that's been a key help for us. 2003.
savings, and there's been an influx of physicians that have moved to Texas because of low tort reform. So it's been very, very good for the medical industry.
Any further questions or comments? Mr. Walker, is there a motion to approve? So moved. Second, all those in favor say aye.
Yeah.
Aye. Those opposed?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Administration Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Summitz. We will now break for lunch. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. We have a program.
You're free.
Mr. Lancaster. Why don't you call him out?
Tim Lancaster.
But that was.
Paging 10. If anyone sees Mr. Lancaster, send him. We need a regent. Can you go see if he's out in the hall? Regent Lancaster? Yeah, but we'll make it up. Bend your knees.
He wants to be an astronaut now.
Oh, I do too. Oh. But I don't think I can carry 90 more pounds. Somebody turned the air down.
Okay.
Is he coming? That's quite the phone.
Thank you. Give me, take mine.
Dr. Nellis, while we're waiting, I mean, that was so fantastic. Could we add aeronautical engineering to our offerings? Wasn't that great? Well, I know, but space. Okay. Well, whatever we can do. That's
We
right.
apologize
You're
for being
right.
late
He's a
coming
mechanical
back.
engineer.
Dean Sacco gave us a presentation on
It's
being an
fabulous.
astronaut. Very informative, very
We're not
informative.
rocket scientists either.
Madam Chair, please.
The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on October 10th, 2014. Second. Move second. All those in favor? Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Dr. Allen, will you begin with item number 1?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Chancellor concurs with the recommendation of the President that the Board of Regents approve a new degree program at ASU for the Master of Agriculture degree with a major in agriculture in the Department of Agriculture within the College of Arts and Sciences. The proposed Master of Agriculture with a major in ag is a non-thesis degree and will allow the department an alternative for those individuals not interested in pursuing the intensive research-based Master of Science in Animal Science. These may include public school teachers in ag and other such other industries. This is a 36-hour degree program. It's designed to provide broad knowledge in fields beyond those in animal science, and the curriculum also includes experiential learning opportunity. The program has no costs attached at all.
We like that. Are there any questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Allen. Dr. Flores, will you please present item 1A?
Thank you, Regent Neal. The Chancellor concurs with the proposal to revise Operating Policy 10.01, the admission standards, extending assured admission to ASU dual credit students who have earned 6 or more credits and a 3.0 grade point average or higher. The goal of this revision is to have a seamless transition from the ASU dual credit program to the regularly admitted program, and the expected outcome is to increase the yield of ASU dual credit students to the regularly admitted student status.
Are there any questions or comments? I hope you'll keep track of these numbers to see whether we're being able to capture some of these students. It'll be interesting to see.
Yes, ma'am, we absolutely will be. We're already tracking dual credit students that are not in the dual credit program at ASU and also dual credit students from ASU. So we will just add this data to our analytics.
To see if this helps them.
Absolutely.
The school be more attractive and guaranteed admission.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. May I have a motion to approve? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Flores. Dr. Skubanek, please present item number 2.
Madam Chair, Chairman Long, and members of the board, the first item for your consideration involves the granting of tenure to 2 faculty members at Texas Tech University. Nikki Durander will serve as the chair in the Department of Nutritional Sciences in the College of Human Sciences. Professor Durander is currently a tenured professor in the Department of Infections and Obesity at the Pennington Biomedical Research Center at Louisiana State University. Ravinda Joshi will be appointed as a professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering in the Whitaker College of Engineering. Professor Joshi is currently tenured as a professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at Old Dominion University. These faculty members have been judged by the appropriate committees and administrative personnel as worthy of tenure. The Chancellor concurs with the recommendation of the President that the Board of Regents approve the granting of tenure to these 2 faculty members.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? May I have a motion to approve? It's been moved and seconded to approve this motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. That is concluded. Thank you, Dr. Skubanek. Would you present item number 3?
The second item involves the approval of a Bachelor of Science degree in Human Sciences. This is a version, an online version of degree that has been offered in that college since 2010 as face-to-face. This degree represents a response to student demand for an online course, and this distance version will assure greater access to place-bound students and working professionals. The degree is very flexible in that students can choose various areas of concentration, primarily within the College of Human Sciences, in the departments of Human Development and Family Studies, Personal Financial Planning, and Restaurant and Hotel Management. The implementation of this program will require no additional space or facilities or faculty.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve? So moved. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Dr. Skubanek, item number 4.
Item number 4 requests the approval of an online Bachelor of Applied Arts and Sciences degree in Applied Leadership. Again, implementation of this program will require no additional space or facilities. It's anticipated that there will be eventually 150 new students within the first 2 years and then 50 students thereafter. This degree in Applied Leadership is available for those students who transfer to Texas Tech with the associate degree in Applied Arts and Sciences. Typically, these are students who have received academic credit for their work experiences. Often these are veterans or active military. There's a growing number of graduates of the associate degree in Applied Arts and Sciences in Texas Tech, and this online degree will serve this market.
Interesting. Is there a ceiling to these kind of programs? I mean, you said we anticipate maybe 150 with 50 thereafter. Could there be too many?
Well, because it's an online program, Regent Neal, there's not really an issue as to how that affects our capacity here on campus.
I realize that, but what about faculty attention to the students?
That's a very good point. Currently, we have this new structure for providing some of our online education called TTU Worldwide eLearning. It involves a revenue model where there was a online distance fee this board approved last spring. That provides some of the resources to add the facilities or the infrastructure to do this. We also have a revenue sharing model that involves some sharing of the designated tuition. So if it's necessary to add those personnel, those are the resources from which that money comes.
Would that be applicable to all online degrees?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting. Any other questions or comments? We have a motion to approve. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. Item number 5, Dr. Skubnik.
Madam Chair, item 5 requests the approval of a Bachelor of Sciences degree in bioengineering in the Whitaker College of Engineering. Again, no additional faculty members will be required to support this program. Bioengineering is one of the most rapidly growing areas within the discipline of engineering. They anticipate that in the next 10 years nationwide, there will be about 10,000 job openings for people in these related areas. The goal of the Bachelor of Science in Bioengineering is to prepare undergraduates for careers in bioengineering, biomedical engineering, and related healthcare and other disciplines. Enrollment projections for the program estimate maybe 50 students by year 5. There's a detailed explanation of the cost. The cost involves some personnel for attending to ABET accreditation, some facilities, but as you'll notice, the projected revenue greatly exceeds the projected costs.
Very interesting. Any questions or comments?
Well, Regent Lancaster, they sense that through the kind of ad hoc experiences they have in the college, and that's why we're doing this. Because we don't offer that degree, it's an estimate. I think the 50 is conservative. And we're also at the same time talking about a master's in bioengineering.
Well, and that's also something from the HSC side, having bioengineering. Right. It's something I wish we would have had 20 years ago, but it's one of the more cost-intensive programs to put together. But Dr. Sacco has been working on that for some time.
Also, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair, I know when we're out recruiting some of these top students around the state, I've had a number comment to me that one of the things that we're missing is that bioengineering track, that they're making decisions to go to other institutions in our state because we don't have that. And so I think it is very attractive. And it also, as my colleague, Dr. Mitchell said, it is an important area of interface between health sciences at both Health Sciences El Paso and Lubbock with Texas Tech University.
Would you remind me of the time frame? Can it be ready by fall?
Actually, Regent Neal, I don't believe I should be able to provide that information to you, but I don't think the date is actually here, but I will get that to you.
Especially if this is an acute need.
With regard to President Mitchell's comment about it being expensive, and here I've said there are no additional faculty because it's going to take advantage of the existing faculty in chemical engineering, mechanical, and electrical. So those faculty will be able to teach the curriculum that's required for this.
Interesting. Very good. Any other questions or comments? We have a motion to approve. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Dr. Skubnik, this is your day, number 6.
Yes. And so far, I've been hearing you very well.
You have.
The final item requests approval for a 2+2 program with Collin College. Currently, Texas Tech has a memorandum of understanding with Collin College that was signed in 2006 that facilitates the matriculation of those students to Texas Tech should they choose to come here. But this new proposal would represent a physical presence of Texas Tech on the Collin College campus. Currently, they have 4 other universities that are located there, and they came to us last spring and asked that Texas Tech be one of those schools that would be part of their university college. So Collin College would teach the first 2 years of the curriculum, and Texas Tech would provide the last 2. that would be offered through face-to-face and some online learning. A projected plan of the revenues and the expenses is provided, and this program would be making revenue by year 3, positive revenue.
And they would graduate with a degree from Texas Tech
They would graduate with a degree from Texas Tech, yes.
having never set foot on the campus.
Madam Chair, it'd be very similar to the programs we have with McClellan Community College and what we have at Fredericksburg.
Very good.
Madam Chair, I'll just comment that since I actually live in Collin County, this is an outstanding initiative, Dr. Skubnik, that you guys are pursuing here with Collin County Community College because of the rapid growth of that area of North Texas. I think the last statistics, Bob, you may know this better than I do, but I think we've got 50,000 new residents a year that are moving into Collin County.
It's the largest county in Texas as far as population that doesn't have a 4-year school.
Right.
So it's a great, it's an area that's a really significant need, and we can be a major partner there, and it strengthens our presence in the Dallas-Fort Worth area as well.
Yeah.
And they invited us.
They did.
Yes.
Right,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
key to all of this. Great.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair.
I wanted them to talk to you.
So, do we have a template for this? I mean, we've done this,
Yeah.
exactly like this.
It would be very similar to what we've done, as I mentioned, at Waco and Fredericksburg.
Okay.
Early on, the primary degrees would be the Bachelor of General Studies and the Bachelor of University Studies, where students can pick kind of a designer degree from a variety of options. And then they have a particular interest in certain, like hotel and retail, hospitality. The RIM program, they have a facility there for that. And so we'll be responding to specific bachelor's degrees once we get there and can assess the demand.
I was going to mention too, sorry, Regents, but about Collin County is the location of the new Cowboys facility, which is it's much more than just a training facility. It's a very integrated complex, and to have this particular program in human sciences there with the focus on hotel restaurant management, sports management, you can see the opportunities there would be tremendous strategically for us, I think.
I'm trying to kind of respond to a couple of things in here, which you note in the board item is this: if the programs at Collin are not successful, then you're going to teach them online. And so I assume that there's a tracking by which you're going to measure whether you feel that they're successful or not, because I'm assuming that we're taking on salaries, FTE positions on faculty members to do
There would
this.
not be probably permanent faculty added early on. We'll wait until we see what the demand is.
Okay.
And then from the revenue stream I mentioned earlier, then we would add faculty there. Regent Monfort, when I read this, as I was reviewing these notes, I was thinking, darn, I hope someone didn't notice that statement. Because I think it...
I thought I usually don't see that. If something's not successful, then X, Y, Z. And I thought, well, if we have a track record of this type of program working somewhere else, then I'm assuming that we know what kind of expenses and what kind of revenue we're expecting. And just like you said, there's explosive growth. So I just was unsure what that hesitation was.
Regent Monfort, every one of our regional sites operates in the black.
Right.
They all make money. And the advantage we have here is the students there that you just don't see in Fredericksburg.
Right.
And so
No, I fully support it. I just was trying to make sure that I was clear about.
Yes, that's a very astute observation.
And I think you explained to me that what we'll be offering will not be offering by another four-year institution. Is that correct?
There's a good neighbor policy that the coordinating board requires, and so we go through that procedure. And we're not going to duplicate the offerings, say, from UTD or North Texas or Texas Women's.
But these are ones that are not being
That are not there.
served.
And we went and visited the President Israel last spring, and President Nellis has also been in communication with them since. And he's already mentioned the degrees that we think we'll fill a niche.
Very good. Any other questions and comments by anyone? May I have a motion to approve? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Thank you, Dr. Skubinek. It's now Dr. Burke's turn. Dr. Burke, will you present item number 7?
Good afternoon. The Chancellor concurs with the recommendation of the President to confer the title Professor Emeritus to Peter Sayapin. Dr. Sayapin joined Texas Tech Health Science Center in 1990, got his PhD at UCLA, and came to us from USC. And he has made numerous contributions, educational and research, to the Health Science Center over all these years. He helped found the South Plains Alcohol and Addiction Research Center and became a national expert in the biologic basis of addiction. And Dr. Sayapin retired in October of 2014.
Very good. Any questions or comments? We have a motion to approve. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. Thank you, Dr. Burke. And Dr. Mitchell, will you please present item number 8?
Madam Chairman, the Chancellor concurs with the recommendation to approve revisions to the School of Pharmacy's Practice Income Plan bylaws. The School of Pharmacy's Practice Plan Income bylaws with the proposed revisions are an attachment to the agenda book. The School of Pharmacy today, relative to 2001, is substantially different. It's a completely different entity than it was then, the last time these bylaws were revised. And so this is taking into account not only the different leadership under Dr. Smith, but also the growth that we've had over the past 13 years and the campuses that we're involved with that we were not involved with before. And one of the things since I arrived here that I've asked everybody to try to do, if you have areas where you can generate income, do things to help encourage the faculty to do so. So this has been reviewed by the faculty group, and this is for the School of Pharmacy is a long overdue exercise.
Great. Were there any questions or comments in your review? May I have a motion to approve? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Dr. Lang, please present item number 9. It's kind of a tongue twister.
This is to approve amendments to the missions, the Regents rule, and that is to add a mission statement for Texas Tech University Health Science Center, El Paso. As you all are aware, the Regents Rules Review Committee recommends that the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee consider amendments to the mission documents of each of our institutions, and I've had the opportunity of preparing one since being there. We've been a standalone institution since September 1st, but the mission statement is new for us. And unfortunately, I don't see the mission statement there.
I was just going to ask you if you could repeat it for us.
Yes.
Just recite it for us.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I read it somewhere.
Well, that's
Here comes
embarrassing.
Ben to the rescue. Here comes Ben to the rescue.
That's not how we turned
Here's
it in.
Ben.
Thank you for the attachment. Thank you.
It wasn't.
It was
I
sent
saw
out,
it
so we
earlier.
thought that this was like an unveiling.
It is. To me,
It is.
This is one of the things you expect to go through the book and see it, and I'm thinking just like the previous speaker said, I hope you didn't see that. I hope you did see that. Yes, here's the mission statement.
We care.
The mission of Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center at El Paso is to improve the lives of people in our state and our community by focusing on the unique healthcare needs of socially and culturally diverse border populations through excellence in integrated education, research, and patient care. And this is a mission statement. There was actually a mission committee formed before I got there. And this is their proposal.
And just for the record, Elmo has ours memorized.
I've got Ted's here. Ted, you want to see yours?
Elmo.
So I'm happy to pass this around as an exhibit.
We'll have it
Okay.
sent out to us. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I feel sufficiently embarrassed.
Don't be.
It is there, back there. It's in blue. Back
Back
flap.
flap.
Attachment 5. Thank you.
We didn't always open our back flaps. Okay. Are there any other questions, comments, or cracks? May I have a motion to approve? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. The mission statement passes now that we've heard it.
We'll be talking about this for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lang. Mr. Huffaker, would you present number 10?
Part of the Regents rules review regarding Regents Rule 10, as the board is aware, there have been some reorganizations and movements, if you will, of the Office of Commercialization, such that that office is now no longer a vice chancellor level, but is an office that is administered by the vice president of research at Texas Tech University. We've gone through Regents Rule 10 and made some housekeeping changes with respect to the terminology so that it's clear that the titles are correct and so on. Those are the changes that have been put before the Rules Committee on Rule 10 and that we ask adoption. As you all may be aware, there's an ongoing process to review and work on the substance of Rule 10. That is currently in the hands of the Texas Tech University Faculty Senate, and we're working on it. But this one is strictly housekeeping.
It's in the back of your book, along with the mission statements. Any questions or comments on housekeeping? May I have a motion to approve? Second. All those all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Regent Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Audit Committee is now called to order. I'm subbing in for Chairman Francis today, so you guys will indulge me. First, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on October 10th, 2014, and we'll entertain a motion. Have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Kim, would you present item 1, please?
Thank you, yes. I want to highlight a couple of reports at this meeting. First, I'll make some comments on the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center audit of controlled substances. Controlled substances are identified by the Federal Controlled Substances Act as pharmaceuticals or chemical precursors with a high degree of danger to humans and a significant probability for abuse. And this federal act outlines many requirements, including registration, security, and record-keeping requirements that help mitigate the risk of theft or illegal manufacturing of these substances. There are a number of places at the Health Sciences Center that routinely use and have these kinds of substances, including medical clinics, research labs, pharmacies, and the Laboratory Animal Resource Center, or LARC. There was no overarching policy at Health Sciences Center, and probably mostly as a result of that, we found varying degrees of compliance with the federal act in the schools and the research areas. Although we did not find all of these issues at every location, we saw some of the issues that we saw included incomplete and inaccurate records, unauthorized and undocumented disposals of these substances, some inventory discrepancies, unauthorized people handling the substances, and a lack of familiarity in some cases with the federal regulations, which have changed substantially in the past decade or so. Here's the good news. Dr. Mitchell and his team responded very aggressively whenever we brought these issues to their attention. Upon his arrival at the Health Sciences Center in late 2013, Dr. Michael Kahn, who's the Vice President for Research, began working to obtain accreditation for the Health Sciences Center by AHARP, which is the Association for the Accreditation of Human Research Protection Programs. An assessment of controlled substances is part of that effort, and so this information will be valuable. This was already on Dr. Kahn's and Dr. Mitchell's radar screen. Dr. Kahn and his team are developing an overarching policy on controlled substances, which will be in place by the end of January. And the various areas that house these substances, including research as well as the schools of medicine and pharmacy, are also developing specific plans to their operations that will improve management and monitoring of these substances. Overall control will continue to be decentralized at the Health Sciences Center just because of the nature of operations. But the Institutional Compliance Office will perform on-site monitoring to review compliance as well as reviewing policies as they're developed. And our office, as always, will follow up on everything. Dr. Mitchell, is there anything that you wanted to add?
This is one of the things with the growth that we've had, especially on the research side. The way that the law used to read was you could have one DEA number as the central location for dispersing medication. And that DEA rule changed many years ago, but the research efforts have still just done the same way. So when Dr. Kahn got here and started looking through the things that were happening, at this point now we have everybody there that uses those medicines, that they all have a license, they all have their DEA numbers that they're either have or in the process of getting. On the clinical side, it's an interesting thing because when you talk about controlled substances, the one that is the most utilized by far is testosterone. And so because of the use in testosterone in baby boomers has really picked up, it's primarily in our urology clinic, and you'd have people that would be, they'd use it and they'd dispose of it in the Sharps box, things like that. So it's one of those things that is, and plus the DEA just reclassified it from a Schedule 4 to a Schedule 3 substance. And so a lot of this stuff is kind of fluid as it's going. So the work that Audit did, it's very helpful in going out and pointing out where we have this. We've got 12 clinics, and I think it was 3 of them or 4 use controlled substances of some type. In urology, they'll use the equivalent of Valium that they give to people before they do prostate biopsy, so they keep a bottle of Valium in there, and then they use a lot of testosterone. And then in surgery, probably the thing that, and Nancy, you'll appreciate this, the thing that is the most, that grabs you the most is cocaine. Because in ENT procedures, a lot of ENT procedures, you use cocaine as a vasoconstrictor to pull the blood supply down, particularly in the sinuses and the nasal cavity, and it's a great anesthetic. But you really have to keep a good close eye on it. They keep 2 mLs of it in the clinic. So anyway, there's a lot of policy and procedure stuff that just needs to get put in place with it. It's been very helpful. So.
The other audit that I wanted to comment on is the Angelo State University Food Services contract. Since 1997, Angelo State has had a contract with Chartwells to manage and operate food services for the residence halls, the university center, snack bar, concessions, and also special functions. Over the 17-year life of the contract, it's been amended 8 times. So this is a major contract for Angelo State. Last year, payments to Chartwells were about $3.8 million, mostly for residence hall food. Residence hall food was about $3.4 million of that. And then, in turn, Chartwells pays Angelo State commissions on certain, on the university center sales and certain other sales like catering. And Chartwells paid Angelo State about $175,000 last year in commissions. The timing of this work, I think, was really key. Earlier this fall, Angelo State put this contract out for bid with plans for selecting a new vendor over the next couple of months, or a successful vendor to the bids. And they want to have the contract in place by June of 2015. We timed the audit this way so that we could give Angelo State University not only information on Chartwell's specific performance under this contract, but also to provide information that would be helpful in formulating a new contract for food services. What we found was that over the past 17 years, responsibility on the university side for monitoring this contract has changed a number of times. Changes in staff from vice president levels on down through the organization and changing assignments for monitoring the contract really led to some gaps in monitoring performance of the vendor. In addition, some decisions were made that were not in accordance with the contract. For example, the contract calls for Angelo State to bear the cost of new equipment, while Chartwells was to pay service and maintenance costs. However, a former employee of Angelo State purchased annual service agreements or warranties on equipment, and for the past 4 years, those warranties cost about $88,000 that Angelo State paid. And for the same 4 years, ASU also paid an estimated $38,000 in repair and maintenance costs, which should have been borne by the vendor. It appears that possibly the same employee agreed a decade or more ago that when Chartwells started selling alcohol at certain events, for example, catered events, the understanding was that Chartwells would not pay commission on those alcohol sales. However, that was not in accordance with the contract. Commissions paid by Chartwells also were not monitored and were underpaid for fiscal year 14, although not significantly. We found unpaid commissions on alcohol and some other unreported sales was about $4,000 for that year. Angelo State, in response, is calculating prior year's unpaid commissions, pursuing the underpaid amounts, and then also they've clarified responsibilities under the contract, under the current contract between both parties. Really, I think the most important result of the work is Angelo State being able to build a stronger contract going forward with whatever vendor is selected for next year's contract. I know that Dr. May had initiated some, given the committee that will be evaluating responses to the RFP, some information that he wanted to see incorporated in the new contract, even as we were starting the audit, even not in response to the audit, but even preceding that. Members of the committee that are reviewing proposals have been, some of those members were copied on the report, and then Ms. Wright and Dr. Flores are monitoring the work of that committee. I think Dr. May has said he doesn't have anything to add. I was going to say, do you have anything to add? And he said, here's your chance.
That we appreciate the. It's my turn. That we concur with the audit, and we realize that there was when you allow a contract to go for so long, things tend to get lost through the cracks, and so we really feel that we've tightened it up, and we appreciate what Kim and her staff have done for us. And I can tell you that we had already looked at the contract going forward, and the new vendor will take care of all maintenance and buying all new equipment, just like any lease of any kind of building, ranch, or whatever. But this will serve us very, very well. We had some debt that was incurred in this whole process too of upgrades and facilities, and so far these vendors are looking at that as part of their proposal too, and I think we'll get a lot of that wiped out. So I'm really excited, but it was Kim and her team that really helped us on this.
Brian, can I ask a question on stuff that we actually got billed for at ASU with Chartwells? Is there any way to go back and get stuff that should have been?
We are.
Okay, so we're going to try to carve out or claw back.
And the commissions that weren't paid.
Okay. Very good.
Do you have anything to add?
That concludes my report.
Thank
Unless
you, Kim.
there are questions.
Anybody got any questions for Kim? Okay, thank you, Kim. The committee will now convene an executive session as authorized by sections 551.071 and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. We will move to the masked rider room for this portion of the audit committee meeting. Wait for everybody to get back. Well, we got, who are we missing? Tim and John, so I think we're gonna meet with them. There's, we got a quorum, we got a quorum. We got a quorum.
Yep.
Okay, I'll start, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Silence. The board will now reconvene into open session. Mr. Chairman, there are no action items to consider from executive session at this time. This concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Regent Andrews. The meeting of the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will now reconvene in executive session as authorized by sections 551071, 551072, and 551074 of the Texas Government Code. Huh? There's three. Oh, three we always skip. We don't know what it is. So we go back to the room. We have a hard stop of around 4:30, so this will be the last item of the day. And then we'll come back and reconvene very briefly, and then we will adjourn for the day.
You lost me on 3.
Yeah, 551072.
Okay, now we. It's hard. It's hard to do. So you don't mind doing that?
Yes, I let you know, and I looked at this. Yes, I just, that part, I mean, this was a, this was a simple shape, but I like what it says.
Debbie, your flight's at 4:30.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going.
Well,
Well, it starts at 1:30.
yeah, you'll be fine.
You'll be through by.
I can shake hands. Sure.
Yeah, you'll have plenty of time, but you won't be able to shake. You won't be able to shake.
Oh, you'll be fine. Well, you'll be free before then. Thank you for coming.
I'm welcome.
So that we don't have to do
It's just, like I said, I can get there. I can get there.
As discussed. As discussed.
What are we discussing? I don't know.
Did we talk about that?
Yeah. Okay. They'll pick me up. I'll just fly in Saturday morning from here. Yeah. I'll go into that FBO. I'll figure that, but I'll go into the main airport there in El Paso. Yeah. It's the one that we flew into before.
Mesa, isn't it? High Mesa, or?
It's Did he answer? Good.
Yes.
Well, he's a big part of the board. He's a senior statesman.
1, 2, 3. Ben? Good to go? The board will now reconvene in open session. Mr. Anders, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 3 action items today out of executive session. If it pleases the board, I'll read them one at a time for action by each one. Mr. Chairman, I move the board authorize President Lang to conclude the negotiations and execute the agreements for the purchase of improved real property in El Paso under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Second item, Mr. Chairman, I move the board authorize President Lang to conclude the negotiations and execute an academic affiliation agreement with Tenet Hospital Corporation under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Finally, Mr. Chairman, I move the board approve amendments to Chapter 8 of the Regents Rules to revise the rate and structure of the facilities planning and construction project management fee under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the action items today out of executive session.
Thank you, Regent Anders. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene on Friday, December 12th at 8:30 a.m. 7:45.